Hello. Welcome back to the desert here. I'm very sorry I'm a smidge late today. As usual, I haven't slept very well. What is that I hear in the background? Is that the Final Fantasy XIV prelude? It is, isn't it? Yeah, it's finally time. It's finally time for me to play my favorite game. There we go. So, allow me to introduce to you Nadia, as she was first conceived. Well, that's not entirely true. She was a Mikode when I started, but we don't talk about that. This is where Nadia got her her inception. You might say it's home. So, I've been putting this one on the back burner for a pretty long time. With good reason, mind you. Because when I started streaming, I couldn't really afford a afford the subscription. So I had to unsubscribe for a while. And then my PC decided, no, I don't want to. I don't want to stream this. So I had to get a different system, a stronger system, a new system. And I did that. And then it broke down. Sort of. Now the system, now the rig is back from service, and it's time. It's finally time. So where does this one start? Ilsabard. Oh, right. Razad Khan. Nah, 700 gil, that's nothing. Mega Duta. Conveniently, however, Razatan home. Conveniently, however, this means I'm picking up at the very start of 5.6.5 and no of 0.5, maybe 0.55, which means we're about to do the prelude for DAWNTRAIL now. Berkshawn has a message from Charlian. Not yet. One of my clerks was just here with a message for you. The students of Valdesian request your presence in Charlian at your earliest convenience. Indebted as I am to our friends, I had hoped that I too might be of service, but it is you alone that they require. If you've no pressing business, pray make your way to the Valdesian Annex at once. Ajika awaits your arrival. In the meantime, I shall continue showing Ashdaya the city, from notable landmarks to the people's lives. There is still much and more for her to see. Farewell for now, my friend. I look forward to the day we set forth on another adventure together. I won't be hearing that quest accepted jingle much longer, huh? Anyway, I was about to teleport to the local Etherred Plaza, but that's, let's see, Old Charlian. A warm and hearty welcome to you, Nadia. I gather you received our message. Please wait here while I fetch Kral and Graha. I almost called him Raha, but that may be acceptable for the Warrior of Light, certainly for Kral. Not so much for Ajika. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Forgive us for sending you sending for you so soon after your trials in the void, to say nothing of your grueling battle against the 12. Now then, we aren't actually the ones who require your presence, but Aaronville. He stopped by recently, you see, and asked us to reach out to you on his behalf. I imagine you're as surprised as we are, given that he was supposed to be away on a long expedition. Something must have necessitated a change in his plans. All he would tell me is that there is someone whom he wishes Nadia to meet. He also mentioned that he would be tending to business at the studium. Shall we look for him there? Hi, Sartana. Aaronville's early return luckily has something to do with this visitor. Who could it be, I wonder? Now then, where is Aaronville?
Apologies for the wait. I hope I haven't called you away from anything important. I chanced upon some commissioned items at my destination, so I thought I might deliver them.
Where did you go, if I may ask?
The New World. Tural.
You went to Tural? Then the person who you wish to introduce...
Aye, she hails from there. I present to you...
Uh-oh.
But it seems you've lost her.
Yeah.
Did she wander off?
Ah, there she is.
Sorry. It's just so different here. I can't help but want to explore.
Well, while you were exploring, your candidate came to us. This is her, the adventurer you crossed the seas to meet.
Ooh, you weren't exaggerating. It's plain she's no ordinary woman. I'm Uklamat, claimant to the throne of Tuliyolal.
Tuliyolal.
It's Tural's governing nation. The capital bears the same name.
I'll get to the point. I want you to come with me to my homeland.
Huh?
Given the magnitude of the request, perhaps you should explain why you're making it?
Of course, of course. Soon, an event of great import will be held in Tural. The Rite of Succession, taking the form of a contest. It will determine who next ascends the throne. As daughter to its present keeper, I will participate. And I have every intention of winning.
Uh-huh.
I was searching for champions to join me when Erenville told me about you. A mighty warrior who knows no fear, who sweeps aside terrible fiends as if they were reeds, who flew to the edge of existence and saved our star.
Erenville, are you sure you're not playing me up a little bit too much?
She asked who Eorzea's greatest hero was, and so I told her. Much more elegantly, I might add.
I'm sure.
Now you know why. You'll come to Tural, yes?
Wait, let's all just slow down. Wooklamat, was it? You claim to be of the royal family, but is it not the Mamulja who rule in Tural?
Tuliyolal is a nation of many peoples. Not only the Mamulsha, as some across the seas are quick to assume. That said, its present ruler is a Mamulsha, and one blessed with two heads besides. He's also my father. Not by blood, obviously, but he raised me as his own, and that's what matters.
So that is the way of it. My apologies if I was indelicate.
Hardly. I know little about your land, and nothing about your parentage. But in my eagerness, I've gotten ahead of myself. I can't expect you to agree on the spot when we've only just met. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Just know, though, that if it's adventure you seek, you could do far worse than come with me.
Okay. She already has me
this is
grinning
only a
and
rumor.
smiling.
But apparently, the contest will involve the fabled city of gold and the legendary beast, Valyarmanda. Tell me that doesn't pique your interest. So the tales have reached even these shores. I can't help but feel proud.
I advise you not to put much store by these rumors. Golden cities are not but a dreamer's fancy.
Says the dreamer who was bent on finding one when he was a child. Just because you failed doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Tuliyolal and the Golden City.
Oh, I can
Just like in the letter to Grandfather.
already tell those two are going to be fun.
Regardless of what the contest may entail, it'll be no simple thing. If I'm to triumph, I'll need capable and dependable companions. So let's go on a hunt together. There's no better way to get acquainted.
So, where to for our hunt? The stronger the prey, the better. That's the long and short of it. At the very least, I asked you go on this hunt of hers and take her measure for yourself. A journey to Tural. Well, Tural is sold. The game is afoot. Grahatia appears equal parts bewildered and excited. The chance to see not only Tural, but the fabled Golden City besides. This is the stuff of grand adventures, my friend. Which is not to say that you should hastily accept this invitation, mind. There's still a great deal we do not know. So, let us rectify that by first getting acquainted with our visitor in the manner she suggests. I'm not certain what might be a suitable location for her hunt, however. When I was at the guild earlier, I learned about a petition from researchers on the Isle of Ham. You went there not long ago and culled some unruly fauna, of course, but according to recent reports, other ordinarily docile fauna have grown savage. It's believed they've been unsettled by some manner of predator, and so the researchers seek assistance with identifying and dispatching it. As part of your hunt, perhaps you might answer the petition. The isle isn't far, and we would also be helping those in need. That works for me. Just so you know, I've honed my skills against some of the fiercest beasts in Tural. Whatever this creature is, it had better be able to put up a proper fight, or it'll end before we have the chance to get acquainted. Trial. And before we can prove ourselves capable and dependable companions, my apologies, but I must see to some preparations. Pray, go on ahead to the isle. I will join you as soon as possible. If the rest of you are ready, let us head to the harbor. This being guild ship business, it should be simple enough to secure a vessel. So I've been having or chanting almost the chat lyrics for the Snow White trailers in my head, which, you know, those videos might actually have been better advertisement for the movie than the trailers itself. But on the other hand, as soon as I started playing Final Fantasy XIV, it just went all out all out the air. I forgot all about it. Oh. Right. I'll pick those up later. Either on a dedicated stream or off stream. Ryle was acting a little strange, don't you think? This is just a simple hunt. I wonder what preparations she needs to make. We have the loan of a ship from one of the captains, a cheery fellow. I can operate the vessel, so we don't need to trouble him to take us. So we have to take a ship? Ugh. And I've barely set foot on dry land. Oh well, I suppose it's for a good cause. A hunt! Come on, let's get going. Upon boarding the ship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Oh boy. That warning is always fun. Anyway.
From here, we must walk.
So much ice. It rivals even Tuliyolal. Oh, a white bear! I wonder what it tastes like.
Remember, we're here to deal with creatures that have been deemed an unacceptable danger. Do not attack anything else unprovoked.
I know. So this is the isle where ether literally bursts forth.
Yup, the Isle of Ham.
Aye, the Isle of Ham. The geysers lie deep inland, however.
You really are knowledgeable. Kona told me nothing about this place.
I doubt your brother managed to come out this way. He's like to have toured facilities like Labyrinthos, however.
The great big cavern under the city. It's amazing that they could make a sky down there complete with a sun.
This brother of yours, he has been to Sharlayan.
He has. Kono's my second older brother, and until recently, he was a student in this city. He went on and on about technological amusements. It made me want to come here too one day. And so I did. I think I understood something of how he felt when I set foot in his beloved studium.
He went to the studio? Your brother must be quite a scholar. But I wonder, like you, he'd be royalty, yes? Such a personage coming to Sharlayan to receive an education would surely have caused a stir, yet I recall nothing of the sort.
He consulted with the head of the studium beforehand, that his identity might remain secret. Being Mikote, he had no trouble blending in. He's adopted like me, you see. One time, though, he almost let it slip to a professor. It was all he could do to parry the barrage of questions.
Having no shortage of questions myself, I can imagine.
Ask whatever you like. I don't mind. But I maintain, hunting together is the best way to get to know someone.
The researchers should be up ahead. Let's find them and learn what we can. The researchers should be just ahead. There! The building to the northeast.
So,
That tower
ordinarily
over there?
harmless creatures have grown savage.
Don't know what's got them riled up, but I'll take down any that thinks to try me. Right, let's hunt our fill.
Look! Someone's in trouble!
Yeah! Taste my axe!
These animals are usually so docile.
Oh, thank goodness you've come. I take it you're the ones who answered our petition? Hey, wait, aren't you? You are! Nadia! The adventurer who saved our star! That... Would that our meeting was under better circumstances. I was conducting a routine inspection of the transporter, here when I suddenly find myself surrounded You'll find more of the same across the chasm. Once docile animals grown strangely aggressive. My colleagues can tell you more. If you'll give me just a moment, I can finish checking our equipment.
You really are famous.
And for good reason, as you'll soon see for yourself.
There, it should be safe to cross now. Whee!
Quite an interesting contraption you've got here.
Is that our petitioner? Let's go and have a chat.
If you've come to answer the petition, you should speak with my colleague here. Yeah? Concerned researcher. The adventurer come to answer my petition, I assume. We're most fortunate to have one of your considerable skill to aid us. A creature of unknown origins has been setting on the island in recent days, and we believe its presence has affected the local fauna. The animals beyond this gate are the worst affected we've encountered thus far, though we dare not go back. Your task is to quell any threats you find and search for traces of the beast responsible for all this. If you should find anything at all, we would be most grateful if you would share it with us.
I'll handle this.
Oh, hello, Bear.
Is that all? Come on, let's pick up the creature's trail.
Beast carcass. You find a ravaged beast remains, torn to shreds by sharp talons.
These claw marks. I've seen their like before. It's starting to feel like a proper hunt.
Yep. Tattered plumage. You find feathers are scattered about the ground. There are signs of a fierce struggle.
Feathers. But did they belong to the predator or the prey?
So, how do you prefer our prey? Roasted or raw?
You presume it's even safe to eat?
I suspect she knows. Animal leavings, huh? The cloying stench of fresh leavings assails your nostrils. Whatever beasts left them is likely still close by.
Still fresh. Whatever this beast, it cannot be far. back and report what we found.
Hello, Dark Reaper. Oh.
Powerful wings and razor-sharp talons. Worthy prey. Ah! What is that thing?
The giant toucan.
It speaks?
Not really.
It's heading towards the falls.
I'll stay with the researchers. The creature, I leave to you.
You got it.
Come, Woklamat.
She's in shock.
Right.
Meow.
Just so we're clear, I wasn't startled by the beast earlier. It caught me by surprise, that's all.
Uh-huh. Right.
Forgive me, but I failed to see a difference.
I'm getting hungry. Let's be done with this so we can eat. Think you're clever, huh? I'll rip off that beak and roast you on a spit!
Okay.
Talk all you like, Bird. I'm going to have the last laugh. Oh, I'm going to enjoy sinking my teeth into you. Shut up already, you blasted bird!
Oh. Oh, all right. I was worried there for a second. I need that then. Uh-oh.
I've never seen such an enormous colony.
Not good. Quickly, gather together. I've got you.
That was too close.
Steady now.
Oh, shit. Wow, okay. Rip. I needed to be a little faster on the ball there, I guess. Yes, resume from midway.
Talk all you like, Bert. I'm going to have the last laugh. Oh, I'm going to enjoy sinking my teeth into you. Shut up already, you blasted bird!
I've never seen such an enormous colibri.
Not good. Quickly, gather together. I've got you.
That was too close.
Steady now.
Spread out, everyone.
You paid for that. Thank you. Just getting started.
I remember this mechanic.
in a pickle.
There we go.
Nothing to it. We have you now, you loudmouth bastard!
For everything you have up with.
Woo.
And I had barely limbered up.
It was a terrible foe, but no match for your axe.
Only to be expected. You were pretty impressive yourselves. I was right to invite you on a hunt.
Uh-huh. Uh-oh.
But what a curious bird that was. Though we have similar in Tuliyolal, they don't grow so big or use such dirty tricks.
Dirty tricks.
Aye, dirty and despicable. Otherwise, I could have easily...
Easily what?
Leave this to me.
What? Already, Trial?
Cryo?
I am terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
She arrived as I was seeing the researchers to safety. It was all I could do to keep up with her after I explained what happened.
So this is what you meant by seeing to preparations?
After hearing of the contest, I thought how wonderful it would be to join you.
Uh-huh.
In coming here, I wanted to demonstrate my skill at arms to Wuklamat. Alas, it seems I missed most of the action.
That was amazing! The piece didn't stand a chance!
I'm glad to have been of service.
May I ask what inspired this change?
You will recall the time you descended to the ethereal sea in search of Heidelin. Recognizing that my skills were inadequate, I chose to provide support from afar, rather than join you. It was the same when you set forth for Ultima Thule, How it pained me to stay behind again and again. That's what inspired this change. Ever since the final days were averted, I've used every spare moment to hone my craft. As you all have adapted your methods to suit the circumstances, I started by considering how I might best contribute. And after much deliberation, I arrived at my answer.
Pictomancy.
With the esoteric art passed down by the legendary Archon realm, Pictomancy.
Uh-huh. Archon realm, huh?
As I recall, you have embraced versatility to effectively complement a certain someone's style. What I do is much the same. Like you, I don't want to be left behind.
Indeed. I must say, you appear to be especially keen on being involved in the ritual of succession. Is there any particular reason?
Probably, yeah.
Yes, there is. This letter from Tuliyolal.
Are we gonna see it? Yep, there it is.
It was addressed to my grandfather Galuf and turned up among the students' archives. The ink was faded, so I couldn't fully make out the sender's name. Galul, someone.
Jaja. Gulul Jaja. That's my father, the Dawn servant. What does the letter say?
While much of it isn't legible, it appears to be a request to investigate the Golden City.
A request to investigate the Golden City? From the Dawn servant himself?
Well, well. Seems it may be more than a rumor after all.
Being a member of the royal family, it was my hope that you could confirm the authenticity of this letter.
I can say for a fact that my father didn't write this. Given how culturally diverse Tuliyolal is, it was decided some time ago that a common language was needed. But instead of elevating an existing tongue and its speakers above all others, we looked to those widely spoken overseas and created an altogether new one. The similarities to your common tongue also make it quite easy to communicate in these situations, no?
Uh-huh.
This letter, however, is entirely in Eorzean. If Father had written this, he would have been in Turali. And what's more, it bears a wax seal. We don't bother with them.
So the letter is fraudulent, then?
Oh, I didn't mean to say that. My father's signature is genuine, as far as I can tell, so perhaps he simply dictated it.
I see. Oh, thank you for the confirmation. It seems my grandfather indeed had dealings with Tuliyolal. I can't help but be curious as to what exactly he was doing there. In order to help us decide on a course of action, would you mind if I asked you some questions about your home?
By all means. After all, learning about one another was the purpose of this hunt. We can talk while feasting on this fellow. I, for one, am starving.
We're
Do you
eating
know
that.
it's going to be tasty? I guess chicken is on the menu. I understand Prowl's feelings all too well. The desire to do one's part, it can be daunting to try and keep up, but nothing will change unless we take the first step. To try and keep up with me, you mean? Thanks to Wikalamat, we now know who sent the letter to grandfather, among other things. But many questions still remain. Ah, what an exciting hunt! And now, it is time to savor the reward. When the wildlife pacified, and the researcher with the wildlife pacified, and the researcher is safe, our task is complete. That just leaves the matter of the Calibri meat. For better or worse, there is really only one place we can take it to here in Charlene, the last stand. Come, let us see what Dickon can cook up for us. Begone, but well now, there's a famished face if I've ever seen one. What can I do for you, Nadia? Oh-ho! Bird meat from the hunt, you say. Leave it to me. I have just a recipe. It's a new dish I recently learned from some sailors. And for you lot, it's on the house. Have as much as you like, you hear? Well, to be fair, we did also hunt the meat, so...
Come. Let's enjoy the bounty of our first outing together. I'd heard that Charleyan cuisine was terrible, but this is fantastic.
This is not the norm for Charleyan, trust me.
What is this? Oh, it smells spicy.
Oh, come now. Since when did you become so soft? It's not like we don't have spicy food in Tural, too.
I bet those spices were
intensely
Hanish,
hot
huh?
dishes have become popular in Razadhan after a traveler ordered a curry with several times the usual amount of spice.
Yeah, I know that one. That was 0.
So he started offering the same in order to please the growing Harnish population here in Charleyan.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no wonder.
It's nothing I can't handle.
Your boorish manners reflect poorly on the both of us. I wish you would consider your station.
I swear, sometimes it feels like you open your mouth only to criticize.
Would I be correct in assuming you've known each other for a long time?
Aye, thick as thieves since we were little.
I beg to differ. She is a long-standing acquaintance. Nothing more.
Sure.
I see. I see.
All this time you were from Tural. Oh, would that I had known sooner. There's so much I'd like to ask.
You and everyone else. I've kept it quiet so as to avoid the endless interrogations.
Well, if he's going to be a miser, I'll be happy to tell you about our homeland instead. Since ancient times, many peoples have called Tural home, and they've been fighting each other for nearly as long. The fighting finally stopped some 80 years ago, when the reigning Dawn Servant unified the disparate communities and founded a new nation.
And that's how Tuliyolal came to be.
Since then, we've enjoyed an era of uninterrupted peace. But my father is getting old, and he wishes to relinquish the throne to a worthy successor. One who can preserve his legacy.
Right.
Including myself, there are 4 claimants to the throne. But while we all have the right to participate, one among us cannot be allowed to rule.
Who? Don't stop now.
A man who is too ambitious by half. Word of the Garlean Empire's collapse has reached Tural. While most are simply relieved, he sees weakness to exploit and would lead our armies across the seas on a campaign of conquest.
After everything my father has done to give us peace, he would drag us back into war. I can't allow it. No matter what, I must win this contest.
I understand your reasons. But this being an event that will dictate the course of your nation's future, is it appropriate for outsiders like us to be involved?
Oh, it's more than appropriate. The Dawn Servant himself expressly encourages it. The ruler of Tural must navigate the intricacies of myriad cultures, and there's no better way to prove oneself qualified to do so than to work with foreign allies. That's why I sought you out. Through our hunt, I've confirmed that you're a warrior of considerable skill, but more importantly, one of good character as well. And so I ask you, will you lend me your strength and help me win the throne of Tuliyolal? You don't need to decide right this moment. But I will need you if I'm to triumph over the competition. I'll stay here as long as I can while waiting for your answer.
In that case, allow us to prepare a room for you at the Baldessian Annex.
That's very kind of you. Oh, and one more thing. Once we finish eating, would you mind if I took the rest of the meat?
Somebody's a glutton. Judging by Woklamad's reaction, it appears Kerala cuisine isn't excessively fiery. Whether Wiclamont has the makings of a ruler, I couldn't say, but I do know that she deeply cares for her nation and her people. Whether you choose to help her, though, is for you and you alone to decide. Think on it well. Now then, it's past time I reported our mission's success to the guild ship. I would have done so sooner, except Her Highness needed to have her royal meal. I shall come by the annex later. Until then, critical hit. Honestly, no. Let's just go with the silver pieces. Mostly because I have a shit ton of food already. And that reminds me, I probably should have eaten. Well, I dare say we now have a fair grasp of Wiclamant's situation. Still, you've been afforded time to consider her invitation. Why not use it to learn more about Tural? Numenon is bound to have some information on the continent. Just the thought of burying myself in books is making me feel sleepy. We're talking about mysterious lands and unknown wonders. Here, I'm confident we'll find reports so thrilling as to drive any thoughts of napping from your mind. Come, my friend, let us be off to the archives. I wonder if Y'shtola is going to be there. The Numenon Archive certainly is the kind of place she would be hanging out in her free time. Ugh. Pudding way. Grahatia, there you are. History, geography, botany, the public archives alone should suffice to provide a solid grounding on Tural. The origins of blue magic can be traced back to esoteric practices of the Walki, a tribe in the distant continent of Tural. The tribe holds nature in the highest, and in seeking to cultivate a spiritual connection with it, they have learned to harness the power of the wildlife around them. In exchange for teaching them the common tongue, I was permitted to live among them and train in their ways. Those days were some of the most grueling I remember, but they were tremendously rewarding. For instance, I had the privilege of visiting Lapis Canyon, the tribe's sacred grounds. It is so named for the cerulean deposit that wells up to the surface, turning the entire canyon a brilliant hue. Under a shaman's watchful eye, I finally managed to master the Walaki's art and make the animals' powers my own. As no name existed for it in the common tongue, I took the liberty of naming it Blue Magic. The reason I chose this color, as you will doubtless have gleaned, is for the significance it holds to the Walaki. I cannot think of a name more fitting to honor the people from this noble magic, from which this noble magic was born. Principles of blue magic and spell acquisition. Leather-bound book. Lines in the Sand, the geopolitics of Heidelin. That's going to need to change its title, but okay. Let us begin by comparing the geographical characteristics of the three great continents and Tural. The former stretches from east to west and lies entirely within the northern hemisphere. In contrast, the latter extends to the far reaches of both northern and southern hemispheres, and a difference immediately presents itself in the form of climate variance. Shifts in climate tend to be gentler when moving east and west, but harsher when coming north and south. Owing to this fact, longitudinal migration is far more common in history, whether by men, animals, or plants. A case in point is the Allegans, who rose to power in Aldenard before advancing east into Ilsabard. Their movement could be mirrored thousands of years later by the Garleans. Meanwhile, although the disparate tribes of Tyrol waged war with one another for generations, stymied by the climate, none could make any great headway north or south. Tribes hailing from frozen lands withered beneath the desert sun, while those that thrived in open plains could not pierce the dense jungle. Such was the way of it until the leader of the Mamul Shah succeeded in bringing the continent under one banner. Given the land's divided history and the reason thereof, one cannot help but be in awe of this feat. Truly, it is a testament to the autarch's greatness. Faded Tome. The flora and fauna of Tyrol. Every land has given rise to unique wildlife, and the continent of Tyrol is no exception. Yet, while some of her creatures have become a familiar sight in Eorzea, many and more exist that are rarely seen this side of the Indigo Deep. This tome introduces a select variety of species as described by the testimonies of sailors and adventurers. Alpaca, accustomed to Tyrol's craggy mountain ranges, this four-legged beastin has been domesticated for seemingly hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Their soft, white fleece is highly prized by weavers, while their strong legs and sure-footedness make them capable beasts of burden. Weaver. This ferocious scalekin is native to the dense jungles of Tyrol. The Mamul Jah have succeeded in taming them and utilize their prodigious strength for manual labor. Oh, I think I know the beast they're it's writing about. Given their immense size and power, it should come as no surprise that the Weaver is also employed as a single beast, as a siege beast rather. Enemy fortifications cannot long withstand this horned brute's rampage. Valigarmanda. Tyroli folklore holds that this bird-like creature is the mightiest of beasts, the very embodiment of nature's power. Whether it exists beyond myth, however, is uncertain. unblemished book. Eorzean cuisine, a history. Well, that explains why it's unblemished. No one bothers to read it here. It is impossible to adequately discuss Eorzean cuisine without speaking of that land from which many of our modern-day staples hail, the far western continent of Tyrol. Ogre pumpkins, ruby tomatoes, even the ubiquitous potato, these crops and more that regularly grace Eorzean dining tables trace their origins to the quote-unquote New World, as the place is known to most. The tale of this culinary immigration begins in the year 1498 of the 6th Astral era, when a Lominsan sailor named Kettenram successfully traversed the Indigo Deep to arrive at the theretofore unknown continent. Kettenram spent several moons exploring inland, in the course of which he encountered the denizens of the sprawling nation of Mamulja. He was even granted an audience with their supreme leader, whose confidence he won, along with permission to roam freely. Kettenram would return to Tyrol several times, but during his first expedition, he charted the land and gathered myriad root vegetables and seeds to bring back to Limsa Lominsa. The most notable of these was the potato, whose ease of cultivation and nutritional value saw it quickly spread to all corners of Eorzea. Produce was far from the only bounty of Kettenram's expeditions to Tyrol. Many tantalizing recipes, such as the bean-filled burrito, and gripping legends such as the Golden City, reached our shores by way of his ships. To those outside of Kettenram's circle, Tyrol largely remains shrouded in mystery, yet its influence on our cuisine cannot be overstated. Many scholars, myself included, would relish the chance to immerse themselves in the culinary culture of that faraway land. Having perused a wide selection of books relating to Tyrol, you are somewhat better informed about your potential destination. Grahatia will be eager to know what you have discovered. Should you wish to read these books again, speak with the reference page. Hey Raha, you find anything good? I scoured the library to your satisfaction, have you? Excellent. While there are a few books wholly dedicated to the subject of Tyrol, I dare say you found tidbits of useful information scattered here and there. Yeah, one in particular is of note. We should probably our next destination should probably be Limsa Luminsa. But come, let's continue this outside. The mammoths do not take kindly to chatter. Now then, I'm quite keen to hear about your honest impressions. I couldn't help but notice that we read the very same book on cuisine. I was pleasantly surprised to find references to Tyrol within. Among them, did anything in particular pique your interest? I was rather taken with the tale of Kettenraum. Ah yes, the renowned Laminsian explorer who traversed the Indigo Deep and discovered the unknown West. Yeah. Also, Lominsa is my home city, so you know. And his accomplishments, then and there, he traveled to Tyrol extensively and even forged a friendship with the Dawn Servant. If we were able to meet Kettenraum, what things we could learn. Alas, all of this happened nigh 80 years ago, and he may no longer be alive to tell his tales. No, but I know somebody who is. But moving on, did you perchance learn aught about the fauna of Tyrol? Given your adventuring background, I expect the topic would interest you. Yes, I learned about Valgarmonda. That piqued my interest most of all. Now, why do I get the impression you're imagining pitting your skills against the fell beast? Probably because you know me so well. Unfortunately, I found scant details on your would-be prey. One source describes it as an enormous winged creature with scales hard as steel that rules the sky. I should like to see it with my own eyes, presuming it even exists. I thought I heard familiar voices. Oh, hello, you two. Back from, Oh, wait, no, you left there, at the end of last patch, didn't you? You came home recently. Fancy running into the two of you here. Well, well. Have some research of your own, do you? Aye, we hope to arm ourselves with knowledge that may benefit the Garlean people. Oh, Alphino. Even after being ejected from Garlemald, for the time being at the very least, you're still thinking of helping them. Of course. Ever the Good Samaritan. Having forged a new trade agreement with Razat Khan, they will next look to foster relations with other nations. This includes former imperial provinces. In view of this, we hope to find hints in the history on how neighbors of differing races and ideologies might engage with each other. And what of the two of you? What endeavors bring you here this day? About that. A nation composed of the disparate peoples of Tural. I dare say this is precisely the kind of example we seek. We'd do well to read up on Tuliyolal ourselves. The contest is not yet the only one allowed to help Wukalama. There was no mention of such restrictions, as I recall. On the contrary, Wukalamat gave us the impression that he could have several champions. I think I know how to make the most of our respite. Follow me, Alphino. We have planning to do. Alice, wait! Would seem our plans have changed. If you'll excuse me. And I never could rest on their laurels. Come, let us return to the annex. Let's see, the Baldassian Annex. Oh. No? Empty. Oh. What are you used to, oh. Right. It certainly is a sight to see, isn't it? The statue, I mean.
Oh, it's just... Despite all that we've learned, I can't help but feel we've yet to hear the whole story. What about you, my friend? Are you inclined to accept or refuse Worklamat's request?
Well... I'll be honest. I'd rather not get involved in politics.
If only others had the same good sense. If the prospect troubles you, sir, why not consider what you stand to gain instead? That is an exciting journey to a faraway continent. In the course of seeing new lands and meeting new people, you might find yourself moved to help Worklamat after all. And if not, well, you quietly take your leave. A brazen plan, perhaps, but one that befits a veteran adventurer, you must agree.
You know me better than that. Come on, Graha. I may not be enthused about involving
Such a
myself
journey
in
would be the envy of many a scholar. Distant as it is, Tural remains largely
Politics
unknown to us, with only
of
meager
Tural.
records to be found in Numenon.
But, I never say no to an adventure.
The experiences to be had, all the things you might hear, feel, and think. It's enough to stir me to the core.
Ah. Raha. Raha, did you have to invoke the words of Mommy Vena? Really? Ah. You're making it very hard for me to say no.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another. Ah, but there's an idea. I have a matter to attend to at the Agora. Please, go on inside. I will join you shortly.
Hello, Thancred. It's not very nice to listen in, you know. But then again, it is what he does best. And welcome back, Nadia. If you're looking for Wuklamat, she is currently with the others in her chambers. If you like, I can go and fetch them for you. Have Ojika fetch everyone, yep. Understood. Please wait in the main hall. Ah.
You have the look of someone who's made up their mind. Go on then. Let's hear it.
On one condition. Don't drag me into any politics, please.
Then you need me as much as I need you. Together we'll blaze new trails in Tural.
You're not planning to leave without us, are you? Alphano, Alice! What are you two doing here?
We happened to cross paths at Numenon earlier, you see, and I told them about Wuklamat. And when we fortuitously met again at the Agora just now, they expressed an interest in meeting our visitor.
Ah, you must be the twins who are sneaking after Aaronville as toads.
Yes, they were.
100 things about us you could have told her, and you chose that!
Yep.
First impressions last.
True enough.
"'Tis an honor and a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Highness. Alphano Leveilleur at your service, and this is my sister Alice."
Alphano, you're being a little too formal. I think you're going to put her off.
Oh no, let's not do that. I really can't stand titles.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So, you want to participate in the contest too, is that right?
Indeed we do. We've been assisting with the rebuilding effort in Garlemald. Yet while progress is being made, the question remains of how the nation might reconcile with its neighbors. We believe there is much we might learn from Tuliyolal, a nation founded on unity. And in return for this honor, we would spare no effort in supporting your claim.
The more the merrier, I say. And I'd be keen to learn about Eorzea and Garlemald from you as well.
Having recruited so many committed and capable allies, I presume you have no need for my continued assistance?
I get the feeling she's going to say, "Fuck that shit, you're coming with me."
Nonsense! Like I told you before, you're indispensable.
Uh-huh.
They're strong, aye, but strangers to our land. They need someone to guide them, to point out the dangers and spare them grisly deaths. I can't think of anyone better suited to that task than you. What's more, despite your assertions, I know you haven't given up on the City of Gold.
As I recall, Kryl, you were the first to state your desire to visit Tural.
Perhaps I was. Still, I can't help but worry about being away just when our order is beginning to find its feet again.
You have nothing to worry about. I haven't forgotten how you held the fort while I set off to explore Alzadal's legacy. It's only fair that I return the favor. Pray, leave the students to Ojika and me.
But, Raha...
You want to retrace your grandfather's steps, don't you? This is a rare opportunity, and I insist that you seize it.
Thank you, Raha. Thank you.
Well, looks like it's settled. I'm counting on you all to help me win the throne.
I suppose now is a good time to show you what I spent a small fortune on at the Agora. There. This, my friends, is the latest map of the world, created to celebrate our friendship with the Loperids. Cast your eyes west of Sharlayan, for there it lies. The site of your next great adventure, Tural.
Ooh, right. Roll credits. Oh, we got the boy himself, Alphino. So, I'm not gonna lie. Hello, LSA. I'm not gonna lie. Some of DAWNTRAIL has been spoiled for me. It's been very hard to avoid that. But I mean, I would say that I've managed to avoid the important story beats at the very least. But yeah, it's hi Shola. It's been difficult to dodge the spoilers because DAWNTRAIL, regrettably, it has been a very divisive expansion. Some people expected probably a faster pace, a more exciting main scenario. But here's the thing: the stakes can't keep climbing. The pace can't keep increasing or accelerating, rather. Which is a lesson that I would say that Creative Business Unit 3 actually execute quite well with the Final Fantasy 14. Hello, Vina. With Final Fantasy 14. And it's one that Blizzard did not execute with World of Warcraft. At least not to my knowledge. Maybe after Legion, or with the current expansion, maybe. But it just keeps climbing. Like, for instance, I know recently the jailer turns out he was just preparing for some other great enemy, and it's like, dude, you can't keep escalating. You need to slow down and lower the stakes sometimes in order to ramp it up again and make it feel natural when you do. And I feel like that is a lesson that CPU 3 is employing very well with the current expansion. Probably. Because you start off with low stakes that become higher and higher as you keep progressing. Like, with Endwalker, we basically faced annihilation itself. Nihility itself, and destroyed it. Right? And then in the patch quest, Zeromus. So it's like, okay, let lower the stakes from that and take on something a little more worldly, a little more mundane. That I have a feeling is, once we actually set foot on Tural, is going to escalate very quickly. Now, here's the thing. A Realm Reborn had to walk in order for Heavensward to jog. Stormblood had to walk in order for Shadowbringers to run. And then for Endwalker to sprint. And now with DAWNTRAIL, it's slowing down. catching its breath, letting you catch your breath before it takes off into a sprint again. Which I feel like that is a good philosophy to have. It's a philosophy that a lot of MMOs don't really have of late. But yeah, I like it. I like it so far. I like Wukla mod so far. So I guess we are going to see what this this contest is all about. Let's see. Let's skip that. Yeah, it wasn't important to watch anyway. Lest you wonder about your passage to Tural, Erenville will arrange a ship through his guild. You need only worry about your own preparations. Speaking of which, please take this with you. A rugged and ready knapsack. May it serve you well in your coming endeavors. Now, I'm not sure when departure will be, but rest assured I'll let you know when I hear something. Until then, please take your ease. Meanwhile, in Limsa Luminsa.
When does the next ship set sail?
Hello, Estinian.
May I ask your destination?
The north and east, I've already seen. I suppose I'll head west this time.
West, you say?
Yep. Meanwhile, in Old Charlian.
I see you've made up your mind. I had a feeling you'd be keen.
But to think that our comrades too are thither bound. Fate doth work in mysterious ways.
So it does. So it does.
Indeed. It will be a grueling task, having to contend with them.
You're going to lose.
If the prospect doth trouble thee, 'tis not too late to decline the petition. Though thine expression would suggest thou art far from perturbed.
Oh, how could I possibly be, knowing what's to come?
Then let us delay no further and secure passage on a vessel.
Aye. This will be a mission to remember.
He said while looking at the player.
Come, my friend. We make for Tural.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty?
I hadn't, but now I have.
Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north?
No, not yet.
The fabled golden cities of the New World.
That is where I'm bound. Weigh anchor now. The tide is nigh, dawn of adventure high. Row forth. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't read fast enough for that shit. Ojika Sunjika has a message for you. Welcome back, Nadia. I've just heard word from Erenville. It seems he's managed to secure passage to Tural aboard a guild ship vessel. Why don't you visit? Wait in the main hall while I go inform your travel companions. It should take only a moment. Jeez. Norgiren. That jingle. Yeah, it sounds like a TV show I'm mildly familiar with. Ojika gave us the good news. We've made ready to sail. The only one yet to arrive is Erenville himself. Ah, you're all here. It took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's Guildship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Tural. There'll be other passengers, researchers, and artisans and the like. So we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Aaronville. I doubt anyone expected we'd have a ship all to ourselves. They're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Tural, yes? We've not forgotten. The nation of Tuliyolal is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession and support your bid to become Dawn Servant. In addition to that, Alphino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tural, we hope to learn more about its myriad cultures, or about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, and the sort of insights that might help our friends in Ilsabard. But we'll pursue this goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Corral? Yes, as far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet, oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives. And nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure there will be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a bedtime story. I am part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind? Well, you have enough, I think you have enough candidates But I do go wheresoever adventure is to be found. That's what they tell me. Done. There are, if all are still committed to the journey, then I say we make ready to depart. I'm surprised we haven't seen any signs of Shola yet. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We are not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well?
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get
Yet.
a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Oh, Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map. The vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
What?
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need?
Yep.
And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Kattenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me! Woklamat!
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know.
Oh, you've seen nothing yet. Honestly, if you've never sailed these waters, I expect you'd never, you'd never expect that. Although, I think we're coming up on shore within a day or two.
Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliyolal and the right of succession.
Well, I'm surprised you haven't asked yours truly yet.
Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own.
I do find it kind of funny that they're encouraging the player to to learn more about Tural, but the thing is, as far as her roleplay is concerned, Nadia has probably been to the New World before. I can feel my edge starting to get dull on these long sea voyages. How about some light sparring later? Have you spoken with our shipmates? Tural is still a good distance away, and it might be a pleasant way to pass the time. Oh, this will be my first visit to Tural. Fonjontaine is the name. I was working at Astheim's Aesthetics in Ulra. You see, but my employment with them came to an end. That's why I visited Charlian, in hopes of starting it over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard the room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn servant welcomes all regardless of origin, and so Tuliyolal seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully, things will be better this time. I get the feeling that's the embassy for the local goldsmith quest. Deep breaths, deep breaths. I see you in yours here before. You great and famous hero. Yeah, I've had enough of playing this simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzean coming to Thrall, it's become impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, and so we head home to lick our wounds. My story. Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the Great Kettenram. You know, the first Eorzean to set foot on Thrall. Almost 80 years ago. The Mamulja's leader is said to have welcomed Kettenram with open arms and sent him home with a bounty of silverware. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back. Potatoes, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventures led to a culinary revolution. The tales say Kettenram returned to Thrall several times after that. But his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. That even a seasoned explorer like him would meet or could meet such an end is testimony to the ocean's peril. I'd heard Erenville was looking for passage to Tuliyolal, so I managed to squeeze his party aboard one of our chartered vessels. As fortune would have it, we had just scheduled an expedition to Thrall. Self-assured trader. An adventurer, I presume. I'm a merchant myself, based in Ulda. I could tell. Specialty imports and exports, Eorzean and Thralli both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this. It is not uncommon for us, for the various races we refer to instead by the names of certain clans. For the Mikote, the Hisaru, the Hrothgar, the Shibral. Not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain races, but take care not to give offense. I'm told this vessel has been equipped with a barrier generator to protect it from storms. A reassuring thought, though I nevertheless pray there will be no need for it. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who will be sat next to the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession. Your young Wuklamat being one of them, of course. But from what a Mamuja bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the 3rd promise. Oh, no, that's back to Will Charlie. Okay. Did you learn anything of interest? A little. Oh, I hadn't heard that about the clan names. We should have Wuklamat and Arenville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. No wonder it was getting a little chilly.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I believe you.
I'm just
Not.
feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erenville, you were born in Tural, yes? Do many Viera live there?
The Shetona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
That tracks with most Viera.
When the teeth of the Gallivants, I set sail for the last snaps
Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
Alright.
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
Yeah, I probably should. Selling is kind of my gig. Before I became an adventurer.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since. The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself.
Alphino, you can't breathe in the water. You know that, right?
Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning. What an extraordinary life she must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease. Oklamar, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress.
All right.
By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
Is that so? Oh, we're coming up on the harbor, I think. Sounds like.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Can't be much farther now, can it?
You can probably teleport, you know.
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliyolal's coasts. Come.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Oh. Easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
There, look at my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tuliyolal.
Title drop. Oh, this music is funky. I like it.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tuliyolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out, or...?
In Charlian, yes. I suspect they really don't care that much, though.
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tuliyolal?
Well, about that.
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part?
Yes, actually.
Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tuliyolal.
I see the ether, right? That's my first stop. What an amazing city! It's as lively as Dulda and even more colorful. According to Erenbill, the Vanu I thought I saw belongs to a clan known as the Hanu. It seems they share more than a physical resemblance. It's so nice to feel a familiar breeze again. I wasn't sure my stomach would make it. I wonder what kind of trouble those soldiers are expecting. Well, despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are, safe and sound. You have arrived in Tuliyolal. You can return to the city at any time by speaking with the sprightly sailor in Scholar's Harbor in Old Charlian. mountain chromite weapon, huh? While being on solid ground has improved Wukalamat's mood, her stomach appears to be lagging behind. Right, then, first things first. Still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we've just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? Aha! We were wondering who these strange folk were, so the third promise has found ourselves some new followers then. Followers? Wukalamat, are you unwell? No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not get seasick. No, sir. As for my handpicked entourage here, I have recruited them to help me win the rite of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the third promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to command a respectful distance, but you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please, don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, third promise. They did have a point. Wukalamat is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person of her station, surrounded by this many outsiders, is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean technically? I suggest we move into groups, so as to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me then. Nadia, you and Kyle can come with me. I'll take the twins then. We'll get in touch once we've had a good look around. That voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. we haven't enough time to do that for that. Enjoy your wanderings. Perhaps we should wait a bit. At least until Wuklamat nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. Ah. Yeah, I'm sure you are. Tuliyolal isn't going anywhere. Let's give Wuklamat a little more time. I'm fine now, really. I can't stand around all day, feeling sorry for myself. What with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Arendelle already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay, mostly small fishing boats or barges ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from behind settlements or from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from DAWNTRAIL, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stalls in neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Probably should be, but also we're gonna skip that to go straight up to the Aetherai Plaza. And then we go back again. Welcome back. Next, I'll have you carry... Oh! Forgive me, I mistook you for a dock worker. Port official. It's probably for a return trip. Tuliyolal is like my own garden. I could lead you around with my eyes closed. If this tour were a ship, I'd be plain sailing all the way. Ugh. The word ship alone is enough to curdle my stomach. Well, we should probably work on that. Wandering around the city is so exciting. Unfamiliar wonders everywhere we look. This is Bayside Bevy, Tuliyolal's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Oh, right. I should mention that here in Tuliyolal, we buy things with PAL, a currency that the Pelapelu created. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming in from Eorzea, so shops are happy to accept your guild. There's also Wachumachichi, another market to the east of here that I can wait, but that can wait for another time. I have places I want to show you first. Next, we'll head back a bit, then northwards toward a certain plaza. I can't wait to see the look on your faces. I suspect that's the Etherhead Plaza, but I've already been there. Here at the Wing of a Reflection, we offer work to willing artisans by the way of petitions filed by the citizenry of Tural. If you would make further inquiries, you need but speak with Malihali. Welcome, welcome. Come seeking work, have you? You'll want to have a word with Malihali. I'm sure she's received a few requests. A tradeswoman such as yourself can fill. I like that NPCs can tell if you have leveled up trade classes. Anyway, be right back. Alright, I'm back. No. No, yes, it is. Fair enough. Well, that's going to have to wait. Ever since Guano returned home from his stay in Charlian, we've been seeing an uptick in import goods. If I see anything I don't recognize, I assume it's fragile or liable to explode. Probably a good policy to have. Oh look, a delivery removal. Let's see. Ah yes, there it is. A chocobo brush. An arc identification key. And a wind-up garnet. I'll take those. I said wow. My apologies, madam. But we've no vacancies at present. Okay, let's go to the Aetherite Plaza and then. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me, you have Aetherites in Tuliyolal? I think I told you before, but my brother, Kawana, spent 3 years studying in Charlian. He fell in love with the nation and its ways and brought back to us the knowledge of Aetherite construction. And Papa warmed to the idea at once. and had one built immediately. Did you do the tuning thing? Yeah, actually several minutes ago. If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and then up the slope to the side. Right at the top is the gate which leads to Shock Tural. Let's make a stop at Bright Plume Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters for the Lance Guard. Discuss Tuliyolal's elevation. We have a lot of narrow winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain, as you can see, though the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. Honestly feels a little familiar with, I mean, the city building up instead of out feels familiar because that's what they did at Razatan too. Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Wuklamat gets her endless endurance. I love the skybox in Final Fantasy 14, especially when it's clear sky and you can see the stars. In fact, if you play the Astrologian questline, you'll probably know that there are several constellations actually in the skybox here. Mind you, I couldn't really point them out. But they're there. And they're visible outside of the Astrologian questline, which is nifty. Bal Makun. This here is Bright Plume Post, also known as the Lance Guard headquarters. under the command of the great Zaralka. We hone our combat skills in order to apprehend any threats detected on patrol. You may come and go as you like, but don't cause any trouble, you hear me? Here we are, Bright Plume Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tuliyolal and preserving the peace. The Land Guard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so, naturally, Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zaralcha took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplices later. Alphino and Alize should be around to hear it too. Come on, it's time I showed you the Sky Gate. It's right at the northern end of Talon March. Massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yakhui. Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents. Yaktural, the southern lands of the mother, and Shaktural, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long ago, the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. A familiar sounding tale, I am put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiar. But getting back to Shaktural, those lands are also part of the Tuliyolal nation, correct? That's right! Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into a single nation. The many clans of Tural had been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflict that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's behind the gate, than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Shakaral requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the right of succession is over. I promise that to get you one when I'm Dawn Servant, but until then, you'll have to wait. I'll hold you to that. I've never broken my word. Once the throne is mine, that travel permit is yours. Tired from all this walking? Take a moment to rest, and then we'll continue the tour. We must have covered half the city by now. Tuliyolal is quite unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Quest complete. Nope, not a bad jingle. Woklamat is ready to commence the second half of your Tuliyolal tour. Jeez, I'm getting tongue twisted here. We'll head west next, towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. You have dirigibles too. Tuliyolal certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. The Arch of the Dawn is on the other side of the city. So speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. You bet. I hope you aren't too tired. Tuliyolal still has plenty of sights to see. I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. Really? Really? Do you not remember Razat Khan? This was originally the site of a Shakwi temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Shaktural to appease the god who slumbers in the great ocean trench. After the Yakwi withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. So when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace sitting practically in the center of Tyrol. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tuliyolal. We climbed these sets of stairs here, all the way up. Discuss the palace. Papa's palace is called Shunsa, which roughly translates to invincible resilience. You probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. The sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what that carving at the top represents. Valgarmonda, I suspect. Shunsa. Landsguard Gatekeeper. My apologies, but the Dawn Servant is presently engaged in official business within. None are permitted to enter. Fair enough. So, this is the resplendent quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all Yogg-Turahl clans: Mamulja, Shibral, Palu Palu, Moblin, Hanu Hanu. We also have Tonawata, Hazaro, and Chitona, who moved south from their ancestral homes in Yogg-Turahl. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Turahl. A true representation of Tuliyolal's diverse character. The adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's all so beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. Discuss the huge drum. That big drum there is called a DAWNTRAIL. They play it for formal occasions, like when honoring the Landsguard's return from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think that was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? Where is this drum? Oh, there. Okay. And here are our dirigibles. Not bad, eh? I hear our other nations use airships to sail the sky, but you'll only find balloons in Tuliyolal. We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Koana brought back the plants from Charlian, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Arch of the Dawn awaits. I believe that's all but the Bayside. Fair enough. Huh. So that's what they look like. How rustic. Anyway. This is it, the Arch of the Dawn. When the giants were still here, it was known as the Yoctral Landgate. But when Papa founded Tuliyolal, everyone began using his present name in honor of his great achievement. Through this gate is Kozamauka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the right of succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozama Uka. The name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Oh, those are alpacas. Ah! Those are alpacas. Fearsome, four-legged animals. Or fiends. I don't know if I would call them fearsome. Or fiends. But, fearsome? They seemed quite placid to me. You'll learn soon enough, Kral. You'll learn soon enough. Somehow I doubt that. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. Are these pillars what Woklamat wanted to show us? Perhaps? If you wish to learn the history of Tuliyolal, then look no further. These stone pillars, you mean? Trial regards the stone pillars curiously. What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you take a really good look, you'll see there's something much more interesting. The following duty cannot... Yeah, fair enough. Pictures. Wait, no. These are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed mammal jaw. Oh, then this must be... That's right. It follows the exploits of my father, Golul Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuliyolal Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tuliyolal came to be. Study them as long as you like. This pillar tells of the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer Ket something. I can never remember the name. You mean Kettenram? Oh yeah, that is a Rigadin. Ah, that's the one. Kettenram's arrival in Tural is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It's said that the two grew so close as grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit, if not in blood. But no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Kettenram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Lay of Reeds. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story of when Papa visited the Hanu Hanu in their village in Kozamauka. Ah, the people Alphino almost mistook for Vanu Vanu. If not for the colorful plumage, he spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year, very famous and a lot of fun. I would say the Vanu Vanu are bright and cheerful, for the most part. Buklamat. The four stones closest to us cover the first half of Papa's travels. Let's begin with those. Lay of Pots. Let's see. This one is the Lay of Pots, which depicts the moblins of Kozamauka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly, the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Turali counterparts. This one recounts the Lay of Repast. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of the Shibral, like me. For decades, the Shibral and the Mamulja were at war for control of the forest of Yaktal. The actions Papa took to end that conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuliyolal. There is a clan of Hrothgar in Boja known as Hellions. In their society, the women rule as queens, and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tyrol, Shibral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. If you're done with the first half, let's move on to the second. View the second half of the pillars, yes? Lay of Gold. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelapelu, whose homeland is in Urkopacha. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Tuliolal's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tyrol. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders. Sounds like the Papatos. Lay of Ice. Oh, this one is my favorite. The Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Tyrol Vidarsal, Valigarmanda. I should explain. A Tyrol Vidarsal is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. Tatar described the Far Eastern auspices in similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomenon? Valgamranda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror it visited upon Tyrol every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidaral and sealed it away in the Urkopacha Mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Valgarmanda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness on Tuliolal's national emblem and adorning the banners at the palace. And these four comprise the rest of the saga. Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left a blank pillar on the next chapter of Tuliyolal's history, whatever that might be. Fair enough. Lay of proof. Ah, the lay of proof. That big fellow is the Yaqui, the largest of Tural's people. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Tural. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northwards, settling their sights on Tural. You'll recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they'd conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Urkopacha. I've never even seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on the mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What could move them to renounce their ambition and their place in Turali history? You're full of history, then. Yes, thank you. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while. But now I think I'm ready to eat again. So let's go and have ourselves a bite of local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. Hey, you have now attuned to Bayside Baby. You have attuned to yourself to all the Ethernet shards in Tuliyolal. What a lovely establishment. I'm reminded of the Bismarck in Lemso Laminsa. Have you ever had tacos? They're a Tuliyolal classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made in Shibaliav, the best. Shibaliav Pie, the best. And I need one right in front of me. Right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with old Baruch Abu. Ral Majun. I had hoped we'd never hear about those strange customers again. Oh, welcome. If you'd like to order something, we are at your service. Every dish looks delicious. At the risk of sounding like Wuklamat, the mere sight of so much fine cuisine is making me ravenous. Oops.
Bravo! My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scales are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
I like how Nadia's like, the Silver Scales? Where have I heard that name before? Which, yeah, she has heard that name before. I'm pretty sure that's the warband of Mambulja that took control of the Wanderer's Palace for a while. Which she herself decimated, so yeah.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils.
Oh, come on.
If it isn't the third promise. I don't know these ones. New salt.
Maybe. Are you spoiling for a fight?
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor.
Glory on your name, brother.
And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling housecut, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tuliyolal. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Ha! Shall we test that idea here and now?
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
You don't want this fight anyway.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
A two-headed Mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Well, not so for me.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro. Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wuklamat know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
Well, I think that's a good spot to end out for today, actually. Brooke Avu's lovingly made tacos went to waste, and it's all that brutish but cool Jaja's fault. I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tuliyolal cuisine, but we should hurry and join Alfino and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter or the eastern side of Talon March if you prefer. Now that you have an idea of the city's laid out, or how the city is laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Volok Shunsa. My poor empty belly. Okay. Well, there it is. Going home. Allow me to show you the burrow. Quite literally. So this is home, complete with an aetheryte, and it has been plugged into the scarecrow. The mailbox, some seatings outside, and inside we have Home Sweet Home. See, Nadia is supposed to be a little more maybe not quite sci-fi, but also not really. I'd say it's more Mad Max slash postmodern. Her arm, for one, is supposed to be cybernetic, her right arm. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist that asset doesn't exist in the game, but I will try to make it happen on my 2D model when that is finished. But as you can see, the whole the burrow is structured like a postmodern, post-apocalyptic bunker, and the first floor is a little bare. But I'm pretty sure actually part of that is just because there is literally no more room for furnishing. Well, almost no more room. I have 187 of 200 placements already allotted. So this is home, and this is where I would hope to house the free company that I would be making of my viewership. Of course, the door is a little finicky because of the blast doors in the bunker, but yeah. At any rate, Balmung, the desert hares would welcome you anytime, and honestly, for you to call this place your home, along with here's the workshop, where we build the airships, which there isn't a lot of that going on right now. And there are currently only 2 private quarters occupied, which are both mine. So, yeah. In any case, if you play Final Fantasy XIV on Balmung, I would welcome you here if you wish to join. However, before we close off for today, movies and paddles. I think it's time to change this. Now that we have entered DAWNTRAIL.
Clear skies and boundless possibilities.
Officially.
I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Creative Studio 3.
Come now. There's no cause for panic.
Yeah, this music is a banger. But then again, Token's music is always bangers. Viper. Hello, Shola. Kinda curious, we didn't see you as we left, nor were you with Frankfurt or Ryanje. So, I'm looking forward to finding out how she is going to factor in. Hey, there's the tacos. Across the bridge to Tuliyolal, and we go.
Look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
You and your adventures. I trust you have not forgotten the true purpose of our voyage?
At last, we have come to the land you call the New World. My home. Tuliyolal.
There it is. Title screen. Yep. Anyway, thank you both for coming. Next time will be Tuesday. We will be playing Trails in the Sky. It should be the last stream. Then again, I said that about this week's stream too, so we'll see. At any rate, Thank you for coming today. Let's see who is streaming at the moment, so we can raid somebody. Okay.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
As ever, there are so many people streaming FF14. It is wild. It's I am getting a little bit choice paralysis, to be honest with you.
There's no cause for panic.
Let's go for following instead. There we go.
This one might make for a worthy opponent.
Alright, well. Have a good day, everybody. I'll be seeing you next Tuesday. Woo. Goodbye.